Yo, 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 yo. How's it going? Welcome back. So, the wall finished deconstructing itself. Now, I just gotta get rid of those rails. Yeah, Warp 2 looks really interesting. Actually, I probably want to go up to the train. I don't know, maybe I can start a Warp Tario run at some point. The thing is, once I start a run, I'd really like to finish it before I move on. So if I start playing more than one run, what happens if it is, I will start liking one more than the other. Or I'll just like one more than the other. And then I'll, oh, okay. And then I'll never finish the other one. Balls. Just. I had to take that corner anyway. I mean, he was just parked there. Which means he was extra. All right. And then once we get these rails cleaned up, that is done. Done, done, done. Why aren't these running? Ah. I've found the culprit. Oh, I can actually, like, harvest these up pretty fast. Wonder. Just to mountain bike me faster. I don't know if it's because this train is this big or what, but it actually holds its speed really well. And by hold its speed, I mean, like, once you get it to the right speed, it stays there for a while. So that is slightly too fast. It's too bad trains don't have like a speed readout. Or even like a cruise control. That'd be perfect for this. Oh. Stop. Hey, we're all the way up to 40. So yeah, the biters are a majority of our UPS problems. Because once we cleared out a quarter of the map, bam, 40. What's this doing? It is broken. Hmm. I mean, we're going to want to send steel somewhere. Either that or we're going to want to make a closed loop barreling system. Oh, those are the wrong ones. At the very least, making it into these instead of these will give us better stack sizes. So like that should all be able to fit really in here just fine if it wasn't barrels. This is where I should have had the active provider at. But yeah, at some point we'll need to set up something like steel. Probably just like barrels, right? A closed loop system. Well, it's either that or we take over one of these planets. Yeah, and that one's pretty tiny. So we can do coal liquefaction in space. For sure. Which, only being 1,000 radius, we should be able to clear that, right? Yeah, I think an artillery should just about cover that whole thing if we just set up artillery here. Or, you know, somewhere in here. Right, exactly. Kind of thought we were going to have more rails in this, but it turns out we can fit all of the rails in our inventory. Nope. So yeah, maybe that'll be our goal. Right now. Because I don't think we have coal up in orbit. And the coal, so the coal core chunks we could just send back here. Because that'll be actually more space efficient. As far as, like, what to send back. You do realize that they're going to deconstruct the rails in front of them? Like, we'd still have to micromanage the whole thing. Yeah, I did that at first, but they're actually slower than I am if I can continue, like, keep them continual pace like this. Because then they can't, like, I had them deconstructing that top line, and they're just slow. The only reason I have them on now is because I don't feel like trying to catch all the little ones, too. So I can just do this, and they can get the signals. But with this big old train, it makes it really nice and easy, because I can maintain, like, a good solid speed that the robots can keep up with. The train holds its speed for, like, quite a while. I mean, it might be a little bit faster, but this is way easier. And way less waiting. Basically what I'm trying to say is I'm lazy. Because if I do it like this, right, that's way faster. But then the robots can't keep up at all. This section? I did. It's gone. Oh, you're talking about that section. Oh. Alright, so we want... We want coal, right? We want coal sent to Navi's orbit. So would this be a good time to set up one of these for coal? No. Of these? No, because we don't have fuel yet. We need fuel. So... oil processing? Oh yeah, that's very true. That is very true. Walls, gates. Pipes. Is deconstructing a planet? Where do they get their oil from? We have to end right there. That is the oil coming in, pretty sure. Well, technically, all of these should be self-sustainable from here. Yeah. It's not even hooked up. So yeah, we can run this all the way up. Have to be a little more selective. What's that? Take that. Take that. Yeah. That should be good. They should get to most of this. Here eventually. Oh yeah. Yeah, every little bit helps. Alright, clearing out biters helps. Ripping down parts of the walls help. Every little bit helps. So, I suppose pretty much our first objective would be to get the rocket ships going. So if we build everything that is required to launch these, which means we want to get Brill from this planet. The large guns were also deleted on this side. These ones have their own line. Like, these ones could probably go too. Everything from here. Yeah, and those guys should take care of it eventually. We should be able to tank that easy with these. That's pretty much the only reason I have accumulators in here, just to help with the Ronald mass. I figured we better come fix that, because eventually you're going to run out of uranium. Oof. Slow. What do you mean to be massive? No, I just went with the default intended settings for SE. Why is that crazy? That's what it's intended. That's the intended design. Oh yeah, we could put this thing down, can't we? Make sure all these are set up too. So we had some iron and stone. And that's gonna need chlorine. And copper. All right. Yeah, exactly. Like, some people had similar questions to that of like, why don't you download this military overhaul mod? Deal with the rampant. It's like, well, rampant's the challenge. So if you can negotiate the challenge, you can not negotiate. Completely remove. Starts with an N. Neglate? I don't know the word for it. If you completely remove the challenge by downloading another mod, what's the point of the challenge? Because with 248k, space exploration, and K2, even just space exploration, you have the power to make Rampant feel easy, eventually. The challenge is getting to that point and managing everything. What is for me. The reason I play games like this is because I like the challenge to them. Right, but with rich resources, I don't have to expand. I can more or less ignore the biters. Whereas, like, basically with higher settings and resources, you get all of this right here and this junk. Oh, yeah, I don't mind it, I guess. I don't see that as a negatively game-breaking thing. Because, like, this is going to last a long time. This will probably last until we get an actual copper field. As well as the irons that I grabbed. And the coal. Realistically speaking, everything in here should last until we can set up these outposts. Should grab one of these coppers. Actually. Both of them maintain 100% threat. That is gross. I mean, we could go for that. How good is it? Yeah, we could go get this also at some point. I don't mind this at all. We'll take a scan of this and see what's here. So we might end up just setting up, as soon as we hit trains, space trains, which we're not actually that far away from. The only thing we need is this. We could go set up space trains up here and train everything back to rocket and launch it back to Navis or Navis orbit or whatever. Because we'd be able to get water ice, copper, iron. This would not be a terrible place to get. We're going to let this scan, see what's all here. Like, you know, how much of it. So, this one should be good to fire up. I have no idea how this even already got copper. Or iron, but it did. Yeah. Do we need those yet? This would be the only spot, potentially. No. So let's set up oil. We're going to get... We'll grab, I suppose, these, right? And we're going to need the oil layer thingy. Okay. I thought we had some more oil around here. That one? Gross. We're just going to leave that. You're going to need some mineral water eventually. And then, yeah, we'll get like that oil and that oil. Should be enough. Well, this one too. We could grab that. We have tons of oil, actually. We could also go completely off of core segments for oil. Because doesn't that give you a fair amount of oil? It's not oil. Yeah, it's 28. Yeah, that's more than you could barrel it. Plus we get oil from the core fragments themselves after that too. Yeah, so we're going to send coal as a core fragment, mineral water as a core fragment, and oil as a core fragment, because all of those are not worth it to send as a raw resource. So you get more from the core fragments per inventory space. So realistically, we could send these... we have an oil... We do have an oil planet, don't we? We still probably want to take the coal planet. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is going to be our copper. We're not even going to bother with... We're not even going to bother with that copper planet. So that'll be copper. Yeah, we already have oil. So yeah, our current goal is going to be, we can get rid of that because Navis is done, and that because that's not for Navis. This one we still need to do. That one needs to be actually not beef them up, but we do. That one. Because I think I was looking into this one. Yeah. I really don't want rocket fuel moved by train. And also probably... I'm sure I'm spelling that wrong. Not by rocket either. Also. So we want to set up rocket production on options. That's what we're currently working on. Yeah. No, I knew I was spelling it wrong. I just, wasn't sure exactly how. So to make that, we're going to want to set up actually, you know what? Ah, see? I knew we were going to run out of nuclear. Can't let the nuclear sit down. This design right here is pretty damn good. All things considering. We should be able to fit it super easy in our current design. So I think I basically want to just copy paste this whole thing. We already saved that, yeah. Something like that, and then we'll just have to move the stations farther back. No. I've already fixed the problem. Right now it's just a matter of time. That's why we went and ran over and fixed that nuclear uranium processing. So the stations will have to move. Other than that, this is generally about where it would be. Somewhere in here. Up 1, 2. I go with right about there. Yeah, this is including Brill. Yeah, this is mostly the lower level material all the way to rocket. packed rocket parts. This just crafts everything. We're going to want this one here. That one there. That's going to be a provider. This will be a requester. And then we just have to modify this to map. So just put that there and that there. And then here, it's just those three, right? Oh, right. Already have those there. Because realistically speaking, if I remember right, even at this current level, this thing is more than enough to produce for our whole factory. Yeah, so this can launch 4 times 5 rockets a minute. So this right here can launch about 20 rockets a minute, which should be more than enough for like the rest of life. And that's with current productivity that we have. According to this, those aren't fast enough. We'll have to balance this with modules more. But yeah, basically this should be more than enough for the rest of life. And we just gotta do a little, make it look prettier. Right. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm saying this should be more than enough for ever. Like, with this many rocket parts, reasonably speaking, we might as well never even build a spaceship, right? We already have the infrastructure for rocket parts. That was a joke. That was a joke. Just in case anybody was getting ready to bring out the old spikes and things. That's really the only thing I needed that for was these. You hogs. Really shouldn't need to do much with this except for hook it in. Yeah, we should be good to go. Oh, nice catch. Got like some eagle eyes over there. Rocket parts. Drill. So I suppose it really doesn't matter where we put these, does it? We wanted to keep most of the ore processing down here. So like this square right here is ore processing. So we could do like intermediates over here. Which means we're gonna have to landfill some of that. Which we could absolutely do. Unbelievable. Yeah, should be fixable. So yeah, we'll landfill in that lake right there is what I'm thinking. This is not what I was looking for. Alright. I was wondering why he wasn't doing a call for that, because it's at 8,000, but yeah, it was getting there. So I think we're gonna commandeer one of these trains. Go get some land. Yeah, we need to get all of the robots out of these ever. Robots and trains just did not work. Belong to production science. What? Do you mean material or something? Or do you mean like producing science? Or do you mean like producing the next science? Production science pack. For me? The purple one after space science. The red one? That is already being produced up here. Right here. Oh, well, for me, it was, I would say in just a regular run without rampant and stuff, you could probably start pushing it out in like somewhere between 30 and 60 hours. Maybe even less if you just really go efficient. Probably less if you go efficient. Because really the hardest part about this is the vulcanite. Everything else on it's fairly straightforward. Like, this is different. This isn't the same recipe as... Or is it? I can't remember. Is it? It might be. But either way, it's not terribly hard. So, like, that's your hardest part. Do you have nuclear already? I would say about double the time it takes you to get to uranium. Maybe. Was that? I can't remember if that was behind the research tree or not. If it was locked in the back. Oh yeah, it was, wasn't it? Yeah, I don't know. I'd rough guesstimate maximum of like 60 hours. Because at a maximum of 60 hours, I could set this up, but I didn't because I had to reset up my entire base. And that was with K2 and 248k and Rampant. Space is scary. It's not too bad. Let's go landfill. let's see if you can gridlock this place, huh? It's a bad one. Let's go here. Yeah, so I would guesstimate like 60 hours, roughly. You should be able to get to red science. I assume you're a big fan of Mortal Kombat then? Hmm. See, and I've never watched a single Mortal Kombat movie ever, my entire life. And it's not that they don't seem interesting, it's just that it doesn't seem like it would interest me. Oh, I thought they made movies for it. I haven't ever played the games either. Obviously. I agree with you, Kurt. I agree. Oh, well, hello. My name is Tyrone. Or, a lot of people refer to me as Pig Style. It's my handle. But my given name for my parents is Tyrone. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm from America and I don't know any Russian. Or, like, actually, I know a little bit of Spanish and that's about it. But only because I used to work with Spanish guys. And they're mostly, swear words. Because, you know, that's always fun. What is your exactly... What is that? I've seen those signals before. Is that, what am I trying to think of? They use them in the spheres in this game. No, I don't talk Russian. Russia. Oh, latitude and longitude. That's latitude and longitude? Huh. I did not know that. Goodbye. Thanks for stopping by. Pi and gamma. There we go. That's what I was thinking. I was not thinking latitude and longitude. My latitude and longitude, I have no idea. Hmm, 43 by 97? Or 44 by 97? According to Google. I'm not too worried. Pi and lambda, not gamma. Does general knowledge know your house location? Never know. You might need it. Yeah, I just generally go off the town. For, like, my location. Like, I know exactly what town my house is in. Oh, I suppose you can see, like, they post when stuff is flying over certain areas. I don't know, usually if there's anything we can see here, because, like, living in South Dakota, right, there's not a lot of people here. So anything that is cooler than, you know, a dog running across a field makes local news, because, like, nothing happens here. This is the place to live if you like cornfields and long roads. Yeah, yeah. Well, so, ironically enough, our town firehouse burnt down like 2 weeks ago. And that made the entirety of South Dakota news. That was the most interesting thing that's happened here in 100 years. Like, everybody knew about it. Right, right. But just like, you know, here in South Dakota, in this general vicinity. I mean, that's not a terrible view. Like, living in a place like this ain't bad. Like, there's certainly some positives to it. For example, if you want to, you can you can pick a spot in the country here and literally be no closer than, like, I would say at least 1 mile of another person. At least. Probably more than that. But then there's also the negatives of the closest town with a Walmart is over 30, let's see, the closest one would be about 40 minutes away. Closest town with a Walmart or any super center or any general goods, like any kind at all, is 45 minutes away. So I mean, there's a lot of positives, but there's also a lot of negatives. Like, for example, when my wife go to the hospital to have the baby, that's a 40-minute drive. So we had to drive 40 minutes. Yeah, yeah, and that's like, I don't mind living in the city and I don't mind living in the country. Right? They both have huge positives and they both have huge negatives. Like, for example, in a big city, nobody's as friendly, right? There's a lot more groups, there's a lot more you find your party, your people. There's not just a lot of general mingling. Whereas, like, in a smaller town, if you fart just a little too loud, your neighbor says, "Excuse you." And then the rest of the town knows that your neighbor said, "Excuse you." And then they stop on by and ask you how it was. And then they hold a town meeting about it. And it's like, no matter what you do in a small town, everybody knows exactly what you do all the time. Because there's nothing else to do, right? So people are bored and nosy. Whereas in, like, a bigger town, you know, you could be laying out on your roof naked. And somebody might say something in the right neighborhood. But yeah, I mean, and then, but out here, like I said, you could move an hour out into the country. And, like, I'm not even in the country. I live in a small town. I would, like, say, like, kind of country, but it's a small town. And sometimes I can go a whole, like, month without mowing my lawn, and nobody cares. That's pretty awesome. Whereas, from what I understand, living in towns, like in bigger towns, they really don't like that. Is Hillbillies land there? It depends on where specifically you are. Yeah, and like we don't even have a homeowners associate. We have you get too rambunctious, the entire town will eventually say, "Hey, stop it." That's about it. Hogs of Anarchy. We don't have a huge biker presence over here. I would say that's probably more on the west side. Of South Dakota. Like more over by the Black Hills. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I have this old retired couple living next to me. And there was one day where like it was just a really busy month. And I just didn't mow my lawn. And finally he comes over, he goes, "I was mowing my lawn and I seen yours wasn't mowed. Do you want me to mow it for you?" Yeah. And I was like, no, I can mow the lawn. I've just been busy, alright? Calm down, neighbor. Yeah, when it rains good, oh man, that stuff goes up fast. Because you'll have like a month of dry, and then it'll start raining, and pretty soon your grass is like 8 foot tall. It's not that bad, but it'll jump up to like a foot or two in a week. Can you get back there? No. Unbelievable. How is this the closest landing pad? I died here. There's landing pads here. Spawn me in. Here. Oh, 'cause now it's going to put me on that one. Finally built an ore switch for a train stop. So, what do you live in right now then, BD? And when you say an ore switch, what do you mean by an ore switch? Oh, gross. Like if, or are you talking about like putting the ore in the train conditions? Oh. Incoming. Yeah, this is not the closest landing pad. There we go. Sometimes the movement speed from the thing does not kick in. Well, can't you set up an ore with, I can't find them right now. These. Pretty sure this has an ore built in. Does it not? Well, yeah, this is vanilla. I recently downloaded these because I think they would be cool. Apparently, you can like make markers on your map with them. Oh, right, I was going to get my jetpack. Jumped out of the train before I even got there, because I thought I had it already. 3 deciders and a rhythmic. Yeah, it seems like it. I haven't set up an ore in so long, I can't remember exactly how I'd do it, but... like, probably the most recent ore that I've set up is something like... it's like a kind of ore. Not this one. Yeah, they should be on this one. This is missing logic. No, these are full ones. Those are not the ones I was thinking of. I'm thinking of these ones right here. And these are actually missing it. I need to add it to it. So the best example would be here. Right there. And that's not so much an or, that's more of an and, I guess. Because that's saying if this is full and this isn't requesting anything anymore, if this is over 50% or over 100 slots, so that's not 50%, that's like 5% or something. And this one's checking to see that nothing's being requested here. Then launch rocket. So that's more of an and. Yeah, I don't think I've set up an order in a while. But I really haven't had a need for it. Where would I have... that's the only thing is I would have to find a situation that I would need it. This right here is still... This right here is still being grumpy pants. Are you running? It's around here somewhere. It recently got a load. So it should be running. This recently got a load, which means that this should be full. Yeah. So we're just waiting on. So that'll catch back up. It's got like 20 minutes at most. If it doesn't catch up in 20 minutes, this will run out. Yeah. That's my alarm. This right here. So this is saying that if any of these are low, output red. And this is saying if all of them are low, output A. And then this is saying if A is equal to 3, then do that. And then this is saying that if there is a belt under the scanner, output A. And this one is saying that if A is greater than B, output A. So then, yeah. See a little alarm. Because then that'll tell us if we are missing, like, see how we're missing stuff here? Except for this guy. This guy's gonna run forever. We're basically running on the reconstructed ones. That's fine. I know you can. I've seen some people do it with, like, they do, like, a blueprint, and then they do... make a song about something. Need you out of the way. Body is around here somewhere. Somebody did Darude Sandstorm? You're talking about the actual song itself, because if, like, just the song itself, yeah, I've seen that. Oh, he's using like belts or something to make the background or lights. Yeah, I haven't seen this one. Yeah, some people are crazy creative. Like, that's some high quality too. That's got to be like 600 by 800. Maybe not. Probably smaller than that. This reminds me of really old screens. So did he make this all by hand, or did he run it through some sort of program? So either way, that's crazy creative, but hmm. It's so old. It's the old substation sprite. Yeah, it'd almost have to be a program, right? It would take just like years to do by hand. These tiny little chunks of water are kind of annoying. Yeah, I used that for a while. Ghost on, was it called Ghosts on Water or something like that? But the problem I had was that it would start to pull aggressive UPS every once in a while, just randomly. So basically the gist of it is, like, you have a blueprint, right? And you would click a Ghost on Water converter button, and it would convert it over to more or less a landfill version of it, with fake ghosts on top of it. I forget what they were called, like water ghosts or something like that. And then, so that would call for your bots to come place the landfill. And then after they place the landfill, the ghost on top of the water, or the landfill, would turn into a regular ghost. Or maybe the ghost wouldn't, but it would allow them to bring the items there. I don't remember exactly. But yeah, something like that. So basically you would just, any blueprint, you put it down, they bring the landfill, and then they bring the items. And it also works for space. So you can use space scaffolding also. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's like primarily where I used it, was for space. Alright, that should give us enough room to... Start expanding some. I mean, you can't go there. Right. Those aren't finished yet. One thing it worked really, really good for was nuclear reactor setups. Then you just slap them down on a lake. Realistically speaking, with water fill, I mean, you don't really need it. We could probably, well, see, without higher levels of this, can't actually get too aggressive. Because this is level 6. That would be 3,000, so we could do like 2,000 something right now. I don't know, it's probably done. I have faith in my robots. Yeah, they're getting her done. Most of it's gone. And basically, since there's so much deconstructing, they're going to be in chunks like that. And if all of this biomatter that was out here, so when you use the shovel on it, it automatically marks it for deconstruction. Yeah, so this is going to be hogging up some of the deconstruction queue also. Because it's going to scan it even though there's no roboports there. So, there. I mean, I could, but I'd have to go visually find it all. Whereas if I just let it do its thing, eventually it'll cancel itself. And it's not like ripping the wall down is a insanely high priority necessity. I just had to make sure that wasn't somewhere in here. So that would have been real bad. Real bad. One big Alt-Shift-D in satellite mode. Yeah, the problem is, if it's not loaded, if it's not active, so if I haven't looked at it recently, it's not going to catch it. So if I do, the only thing it's catching is that 25k right there. So that means I have to drive around this entire thing and find every single blob of it. And so you're saying that'll catch everything that's even outside of the range. I can't press over. Can't press D. Yeah, I had to let go of Alt Shift for a second to press over because something is tied to Shift D or Alt D. Alright, so that should have done all of it then. Except for the corner there. Except for from about here. Yo, yo. It goes good. How is it for you? Avian... Avian Astra? It goes good for me. Most of the time. Every once in a while. Kids get sick or something, then it's not so good. Looks like we have a bunch of potions though, huh? Thought I saw something move right there. Just finished studying for the day? Nice. You know what that means. Factorio time. It sure does. Alright, so here we have item, item, fluid. One, two, three, four. Two, three, four, right there. Alright. So this will be like the crafting section. Actually, I want to check something. But it said something about these show up on the map. What's my immediate next goal? Set up rocket production on Navis. Let's just say... Oh, so it just sets a waypoint. which isn't terrible. I don't think we need the waypoints. But I still do like the look of these. So I think I'll probably end up using these for some stuff. Just because they do look kind of cool. Map marker are preserved in blueprints. Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, this one probably isn't in there actually yet. Because I just added this yesterday. It's called display pates. So something I did add actually also was a thing to export mod list. I haven't actually tried it though. So maybe after I get offline today, I'll mess around with that a little bit and see if it does what I think it does. So this over here, we're gonna make this mostly ore processing area. So that means this area is going to be this stuff. So we're gonna put rocket parts. Yeah, right there. Excuse me. And green chip. Put that, like, I don't know, right here. Thank you. So, our next goal is going to be our current next step of this goal. We need to make all of the stuff for this, right? So we actually need a steel variant of this. We could do exact copy. Steel is 1 to 2 though, right? I think steel is 1 to 2 ratio. Or no, steel is 1 to 1. One of these feeds one of these and steel, whereas one of these feeds 2 of these on everything else. And also aluminum. I think. So 200 to 200 at a 0.2 crafting time. Yeah. Then molten iron. It's pure iron and 500. But it's slower. So it's kind of like Krastorio when you're using it in SE. It adds a lot of integrations into different things. And then it also has like a lot of its own stuff that it adds that is just more like interesting. So like different ways of generating power, right? That's one of them. It's got a few different early power generations. Mostly it's not really maintained anymore. So to use all 3 of these alongside each other, I also have 2 mods that like patch certain things that don't work together. But natively, yes. And if you went back to a far enough version, yes, they all work together pretty flawlessly. But then yeah, it adds other things like a stone quarry at the cost of some titanium and oil, basically. Fiberglass is basically oil production. You can mine infinite stone from anywhere. And then they have some of their own science. Like I think this is science if I remember right. And more late game power. They have their own beacon system too, which is kind of cool. So you put this together, and then it'll feed, like currently it'll feed like 100 beacons. Yeah, and it's infinite, but it's not totally free. So like you have to get titanium, which you get from molten titanium, which you get from pure titanium, which you get from rich water, which you get from washing uranium, stone, iron, and copper, which you have to use hydrofluoric acid and water, which that comes from fluorite, which comes from dirty water, and sulfuric acid. This one comes from the dirty water, which to get dirty water, you have to wash copper, iron, stone, or stone. Yeah. So it's free stone, right? But it's not free stone. It's infinite stone, but it's not free. Is what I meant to say. And then they add some other cool things like they have their own trains. I haven't really used them. Um I just really haven't. They're probably pretty good actually. Yeah, I really enjoyed 5 Dim. I played it. So 5 Dim is good. Are they better than the trains we currently have? Probably. So 220 max, 2 megawatts max acceleration power. So it can go faster, but its acceleration power is slower. We can put these in there to boost that. But with these, we actually put these in here. And that boosts their mass acceleration. So it's probably pretty equivalent. I'd have to test, but they're probably not super far off. If I remember right, they had some later ones too. Yeah, future trains. So I think these are also 2K. 248k. These ones are super fast, if I remember right. Yeah. Max speed of almost 400. Acceleration power of just terrible. Is that, am I reading that right? Oh, and this one has infinite energy. It's being powered by a compact star. Yeah, that acceleration power seems a little low. Oh, their weight is only 10. They have a weight of 10. So that's actually, if you consider that against... Yeah, their weight is tiny. So that's actually that's probably pretty quick. Because these bad boys are... way back here somewhere. Yeah, so that's 32, 320 times heavier. 32 times heavier. Oh, I'd have to math it out. Be 320, right? They're all distracted. We need steel. Steel and aluminum. We could do that. No, we're going to want to have a steel and aluminum dependent one. Because steel actually powers 3, if I remember right. Whereas these are 1 to 2. So we could use this exact design, and it'll be slightly inefficient on steel, but it'll work for the aluminum side. Because this, really, the plates, the only thing the plates are going to get used for is stuff like this and the mall. Everything that we redesign, like this, is going to use ingots. So yeah, I think we're going to do that. We're going to do that exact same design. Let's move you out here. We'll move all this stuff back. Was that landfill? I mean water? Fair enough. You know what we're going to put here? Just so we have access to it. So we are going to end up using a lot of that. This is still running, right? Yeah. As long as the trains are still bringing it, that's all we care about. Because this should be way faster than what we can currently keep up with. But as long as everything's moving, then we're making landfill. Well, we'll be making landfill with the extra. We could set up... Do we want to drain another stone line for landfill? Because this bad boy is empty. Almost empty. We actually don't have a ton of stone, do we? We got some patches that are pretty decent, but I don't have any huge patches. Then we got this one and this one. We could drain those two and I wouldn't feel too bad because it's going to be a long time before we even get to use those. Yeah, all these should start making stone here. And fill. At this point. I think we'll probably just see how we do on the core mining for now. Because basically everything from the core mines is going into landfill right now because, like, this used a little bit, but that's, I mean, yeah, it's already full. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do for now. And we don't want to just throw this in the garbage can here. I want to save that. So, let's go over there and fill that in. And put down steel and aluminum. What? Oh, just a tiny piece. Alright, water fill will come, get that set up. So this one right here is actually going to be... That one's still going to be iron. This one is going to be stone. These... I suppose we don't have one on us, do we? Those are going to be aluminum. One of these days I'm going to get ran over. I need to start using the jetpack to get around here. Where is our 248k productions? Up here somewhere. Right here. Says casting? Yeah. It's probably faster to jetpack around here too with how many things are in the way now. So you will be... as well as you. And you will be aluminum. And yeah, this will be straight stone to aluminum. And then the only difference here is that these will be steel. Right. We're putting those in there because we cannot put productivity 2 in there. Those are 2, 3. I think they were 2. Let's go with like 5,000. See if we're running out of uranium still. Nope. Nice. Alright. That should get rid of those alerts. Yeah, we should be able to fire these up. The train might sit there for a little bit if all the loaders aren't in, but that's fine. Yeah, these are fluid must flow is what the mod pack is called. For the mod. It does, like, it doesn't like LTN does. So if a train sits for forever, what this mod will do, so LTN will send it back to the depot, which is, to me, super annoying. What this one will do is it'll put it in manual and throw an alarm. Which I would rather have. Because what ends up happening is you have trains that are trying to unload and they can't unload everything because you did your numbers wrong. LTN sends it back to the depot. This one just like puts it in manual and says, yo, something's wrong. And then the train just sits here. Because there's been a few times where I have, specifically with fluids, put in the wrong number, so I requested way more than I meant to. And there was like 5 trains sitting at the station just in manual because they were like, yeah, it's broken. So this isn't going to work. Which, once again, personally, I'd way rather have that. I'd way rather have it be not going back into the depot and then getting a new job or having to have a filter system at my depot also. Right, yeah, and like I don't have to have fluid vacuums or item filters or anything at my depots. The only thing I need at my depot with this setup is fuel for the train, and that's it. Because they will never go back to the depot with items in their inventory unless I do something that sends them back to the depot with items in their inventory. Because I've done that before. I've accidentally sent trains back to the depot that still had some items in their inventory. And so it's still not operator proof. Like, I can definitely mess it up, but by itself, it doesn't really mess up. Which is super slick. Did I add row ports to this design? I don't think I did I? Really should at some point. I'm gonna fix that design, otherwise I'm gonna forget about it till the next time I put it down. Hey, thanks for the follow, man. This can actually probably go in here. Yo, what's up, Bob? I mean, I cannot build here. Oh, right. Because of that. Um, 248k for processing. Well, currently I'm working on the prerequisites for the rocket production on Navis, which is going to be... I don't think we need the aluminum for that, but we do need the steel. But we'll need to do reds, rocket control units, low density, heat shielding, and Brill will probably ship the ingots in, I would say. Would probably be, so we might have to slightly modify this blueprint. Because we might have to put a few ingot to plate converters here. And automation cores. We're gonna need those iron beams. We might, so now that we have more room here, we might have an iron beam production line here feeding this, right? Because we only need one belt. That's it. I don't think we need a full belt, do we? We probably don't even actually need a full belt. And yeah, those will still set up because otherwise we have to bring copper in also. We might be able to set up both of these in here also with the extra room. Now that I think about it. Because we need, how much do we need? So we need, the most we need is 0.4. Clearly we need more iron. We don't have nearly enough iron. We'll have to run more iron belts up there. But we should actually be able to make most of this here. In this cell. Because what do automation cores take? Yeah, if we bring copper in. So if we switch this over to copper, or actually probably this one, that one would be only copper and this one would be only iron. We should have enough room to set up the rest of it. And get rid of the roboports in here? I must have. We don't appear to have any. That get us halfway. That gets us down to there. Which is what? It's just below that. This gets us down to there. Ooh, that's going to be close. We might have to put one here also. And here. Yeah, I'm thinking we're going to see if we can redesign some of this to actually be built in the cell. Because, for example, that we can get rid of. And then we're going to leave that there so we remember. This one we can also probably get rid of. And then this we can turn into like that. And then so even this, we should be able to get rid of this completely. We're gonna need, let's see, primarily for steel and red. Yeah, so all of the intermediates are being fed into this chunk here. And so for those, we only need 0.12. Those are used where? Here. And then these two, we should be able to go like that. That should be enough to feed those, right? And this one takes electric motors, and that one takes electric motors. So if we set that up like here, then we should be able to feed straight out of the electric motors here. Extending. Crabby boy. You believe. Once we get these, we can figure out exactly how many we need per, but... And this is probably what takes 5 belts. But it's not. These take 5 belts? These take 5 belts. Yeah. So we need 4 belts for these and 1 belt for the rest. So that's going to change, and then that's going to change. So then that will go up there. These use a belt each. I'm guessing these don't use a full belt of this, but if I remember right, I designed this backwards from here to here. So we actually probably do need about 5 belts here. Or 4 belts. And then we need you. Need you there, so I remember to build you. Two. Yeah, you're gonna disappear. Might as well move this down. And then where are those used? Here. Only spot? Yes. So this right here. What do you mean, what a mess? This is relatively organized. The entire thing is copy-paste except for this chunk. And this chunk. Let's see, you can make 0.03. You need 0.14. 0.41, so we need 7 of these. Let's go up one. Ah, jukes. And then this can output all into one belt. This goes to here. This isn't steel. This is iron. I clicked steel on accident. That was the wrong recipe. So that should feed these. That should feed those. And you need what? How much does this need? One belt. Yeah. 1.3. So we'll supply extra. Here. I'm gonna put this here actually. Actually, we do this. That. Do that. This. We can pull an extra iron up of. Here. Alright, and then these guys needed small electric motors, so let's see. I think he did too. Yeah. So you guys need 0.24. 4 of them. Need 4 of those. You can set those up here. And that is actually going to be... Let's see, we'll just set them up right here for now. Then you need steel gear wheels and copper cable. Two of these and two of those. Three of these and more than two of those. So it's basically 1-to-1 for the gears. When I have long inserters in here. I don't have a lot of room. That's why. That should be enough iron to supply all that. Excuse me. As far as this goes, that's basically 1-to-1 also. This one we can have closer though. And then once we get speed modules here, then we'll know for sure. Because right now this one's on speed and the rest of them are not. But I think that should work. You are going... Two of them. I would say or SE. My professional opinion. Can I pick up some speed modules? Oh, they probably put them in other things. Right, that needs to be in the way. And we just need the copper plate in here. So we'll probably move this up farther. Like there. Ooh, there you go. Get a new world record. That'll be copper. And then we're gonna need how much? One belt for that, basically. One belt for that, so we're gonna need 2 belts. You know what I never did? Never did an output for these. Alright, this needs to be that. That needs to be... These are feeding down into here. What kind of game is it? Would be the biggest question. Oh yeah, those are my favorite kind of games. Yeah. Vampire game. So is it like Vampire Survivors? For what genre of game? Vampire Survivors or the one you're playing? Auto shooter? Yeah, I always kind of figured it was a roguelike. Hmm. Yeah, I played LOL way back in the day. Alright. We should have all the power in all the spots. I mean, all the iron in all the spots. Now we just need copper in here. And copper in here. Oh, that's a little much. Oh yeah. Alright. Must need a steel. And yeah, that brings it down to the only thing we're missing now is greens and reds, which greens we get. We're going to want to make greens anyway, so we're actually going to need reds. Cool. And then rocket control units, low density, drill, and heat shield. And you in the garbage. Got a train coming there. Guessing we don't have it steel made yet. Got some copper. What in the world? Who put that down? They missed. Right. We'll have the steel coming in. We're gonna have to make the processing plant for these back here. Well, not pretty quick. Technically speaking, nothing here actually has to run. And yeah, look at that. We were making chests for days. That for that, okay. Steel. Green. These feed this. It's those feed what? This. Okay, right. Alright, yeah, it looks like it's all working. Yeah, so now red, LDS, E-shielding, all of which, every single one, need oil. So, how do we do that? Because we have options here, right? Do we have options? We can do some of this. Well, yeah, there's gonna be a block for red, block for low density, all that. But as far as oil processing goes, because we're gonna need oil, and then we're gonna need the cracking thing. And we can use kerosene to make rocket fuel. And we use acid gas to make sulfur. Make RP1. This RP1. And then use acidic gas for... Oh. We can make the acidic gas straight into sulfuric acid. So if we do that, then we won't get any sulfur. So we could put all of the acid gas production processing in one cell. And then, so we're going to want lots of petroleum and lots of kerosene. That's the biggest thing. We don't want nearly as much heavy, too. Could do that one. We'd get a lot more petroleum out of it. Or we ignore 248k altogether and only do vanilla. And then only set up 248k for this. That's it. Because we can use that to make straight solid fuel and straight rocket fuel. Or we do this, but that's going to take... We could do the advanced kerosene. We could do this right here. Do a cell of that, and we could do a cell of this. So that takes the light oil, which this makes light oil. This takes solid fuel. I think we're going to do this one with... I mean, we can always dump these into there too. Let's do a factory planner on this. See what we have for options. Good. Let's make, we want to make, I don't know, 1,000. So the oxygen we can pull out of the air. Percentage, yeah. And then here's the other one. Then kerosene by this, which will supply our oil that we need and our kerosene with some extra kerosene. Yeah, 50. So that's not too bad for extra, because we can always use that in making this as well. Make it all. Then we can make all the rest of our solid fuel from our... Well, what if we get rid of this, actually? What if we go light oil? So then we make extra kerosene, which we can dump that to 360, let's say 50%. So somewhere around there. That would be a crude oil steam input, only rocket fuel output. Let's go a more reasonable number. See 100k a minute. So a rocket medium to short range uses between like 100 and 500,000. So let's go. Let's try 500,000 a minute. It does make enough water to fuel itself. That's right. Forgot about that. What? Huh. I've never opened the utilities page. So the only problem there is that we need to... Like, this can be a self-sustaining rocket fuel setup, but we also need oil set up for the vanilla stuff. It's going to use 243,000 oil. Okay. 500. Dude. So let's say we went like that. And that's with speed 9. That is ridiculous. I think what we're going to do is we're going to do that, and then we're going to set up vanilla for the regular, like, petroleum and stuff. And this is going to be a self-sustained. Those has to be higher. Push the light oil out into the system. Yeah. Yeah, that one is set. That one is actually probably what I'm gonna go with for vanilla oil. Something similar to that. But I think just for rocket fuel, this is far more efficient. We're gonna need a lot of those to keep up. What's up? Yeah, sure. What kind of games are you trying to play? Yeah, so pretty much anything. You'll never hit that. So in something like Valorant or any instant type game, the max you'll ever hit is about 10. Yeah. Like you can go to 30 just to have the overhead, but because I don't know if a lot of internet plans even do 10, do they? Yep. So you're up is what you're worried about. Well, like you said, they recommended for a maximum of 30, but 10 will do fine. There's no way Valorant pulls 10 down. Oh, down. So what's their cheapest plan? You reading that backwards? The up is always lower than the down. M/20 up or down? Because your upload is almost always... I mean, I've never seen upload be higher than your download. No, I have like 100 and something down and 20 up. Yeah, so that's up to 100 megabytes down and 20 megabytes up. If you're just playing Valorant and Minecraft, I'd go with the cheapest one, personally. Right. And I mean, yeah, most of those games you're gonna get a lot more down than you will up. I have no idea. You'd have to get a hold of her. Yeah, it's I've never once in my life had problems with it. And yeah, that's kind of what I started with, was 100 down and 20 up. Or whatever, 60 down and 20 up. Way back in the day. If you were playing something that was like, I don't know, Stellaris, yeah, sure, but that's right. Yeah, 99% of your high-speed games like that use almost zero up. Like, the only thing you're sending to the server is when you move. Everything else is coming down, because all you're saying is, hey, I did this, and the server computes it, and they send back, alright, you're allowed to do that. Right. So, like, as far as upload goes for something like Valorant, yeah, I mean, you should never have to really worry about it. Yep, bye-bye then. That was my little brother. He's like, Valorant recommends a minimum of 30 up. And I'm like, there's no way. If that's pulling 30 up, there's something wrong with their game. Like, there is no way. And considering how popular it is, I'm going to go with there's not something wrong with their game, which means that he's just a goof. Yeah, I know, right? Like, game developers are insanely good at making it feel like there is no delay at all. So for a game to actually be that bad is just unheard of. Like, brand new FPS games, sure. Because usually when they're brand new, they have some bugs and whatnot, and you actually might notice a difference, but anything that's been around for longer than like a few months, no way. If it's still having problems, that's a development problem. Like PUBG, when that first came out, right? It was just a small team of dudes, so they weren't super efficient and had a lot of resources to make everything super efficient. But then as soon as it blew up, it got way better for latency and whatnot. So do we try to fit all of this in one cell? I suppose if we need more, we can just copy paste it, right? Let's actually set this preferences down to like 6. Realistically speaking, it's like DD said, we'll never actually get to 9. I mean, we'll get there, but we probably won't jam it in all of our machines. So that puts us at lot. So this is roughly the ratio we need. This is more what I'm looking for is the ratio, because then we can scale it based off that. So if we drop this down to, so we need 69 to actually make the rocket fuel. So gross. That is so terribly gross. We need so many of those in comparison to how many of them. Oh. Set these to that though. So 63. 63 to 4 and because that's gonna power 2 of these. 2 of these, right? 2. Let's do some quick figure it out. Where's that stupid thing? Right there. So 2 of those need to be fed by 64 of those. I feel like I had a fluid one somewhere at one point. Probably got rid of it. So kerosene to rocket fuel, we need 63.5. It's only going to make 0.2 belts. God damn. Oh, it's a 30-second crafting time. They increase all the crafting times on these? That one's pretty quick. That is so much oxygen. Like, so much oxygen. What are we at right now? 100k. I mean, with some aggressive speed modules, we can knock it down. We could do that and throw all the hydrogen. Mostly because it's way cheaper. Store. We'll use it to make. What if we do? That would be really, really small. Like, we could really crank some rocket fuel out of this bad boy. Was that so much more expensive? Oh, beacon. Still need 428 of these. That's so much more expensive. Because we're producing for... Get 3. So if we went this one, still does use 500. So atmospheric condensers are actually faster. Significantly faster. Definitely not doing that. Sheesh. This is probably our best option for minimal machines. Because realistically speaking, this is going to be closer to like 5s. Well, actually, I guess the number here doesn't matter because we just need this to figure out as far as putting it in a cell. So we'll just add more cells if we need more production. But yeah, that is basically completely and utterly ridiculous. So we need 2 to 1 to 33 if we went that method. By 11 tall. We're just gonna do so 8, 9, 10. So that's the footprint we would need to do it like this. Roughly. With some beacons. We're going to want to be able to fit regular beacons in here too until we get wide area. Probably something like that, right? And then a pipe there. Pipe there. Because yeah, those can't pass through. Something like that, feeding into one, feeding into two. So that would be the blueprint that would produce. Oh, yeah, that's not going to make it. Also won't have speed in them, they'll have productivity. Like, why are those grayed out? So yeah, something like this. See what we're going to go with. And we're going to go with these. Maximum duck intakeage. And then power throughout. Probably should have jammed speed modules in there before I copied and pasted them. man. It's not. Yeah, we're gonna have to have a beacon on the outside no matter what. Yeah, thanks for catching that. Or did I miss a few modules? Oh, right there. See it? I think that's the only one, right? Could probably actually shift these two up to there. Leave the edges like they are. How close am I getting to OP beacons? Not super far, but not super close either. Like, here's compact and wide area. So the only thing I'm missing here is Energy Science Pack 2. So that's why, like, a lot of these, anything that I'm redesigning, like this, has space for wide area beacons built into it. Because wide area beacons aren't that far away. So like this one, wide area beacons that go in here. Why, thank you. So, like this one, realistically speaking, right? You should be able to reach from here. Like, we'll have to move the power poles down. But they should be able to reach from, like, right there. Which will allow us to take all of these and smash them up together. Make this whole area smaller. So, like, this one, I can't quite design it for those without having some beacons in them, but since it's, like, super tileable, I'm not too worried, because I should just be able to, like, copy and paste pretty easy. So that would go right there. Which means that that would fit almost perfect, which means that this would fit, like, right here. So, according to my math occasions, this should be enough for that. But according to the factory planner, this should not be enough for that. The factory planner is wrong. Really. Oh yeah, the factory planner is set for wide area beacons. So for now, we can probably do like 3 of these. With one of these. That should be enough. Close to enough. We're not even remotely close to enough. What's different? I mean, the speed, right? But the speed on these should also be way lower. You have 32 of these, right? Oh, right. Okay, yep. I know what I did wrong. Each one of these should be enough from there to there for that. So actually, we're going to have 2, 3, 4 minimum. These that can be supplied by that. Then that should be closer. And that will be a wide area, so these will all change a little bit, but generally speaking, it should work. How can that be so far off? You do get better, but that should be proportional. The speed increase between the two? Between these two? I mean? Oh, I suppose speed being in here and productivity being there would mess with it overall, wouldn't it? What? Why did it change now? I'm so confused. Even if I was selecting that one, it should have only been one off. What? I am so utterly confused. So this right here should have been enough. I am so confused. I no idea. .6 and 2.5 left. So 6 of them should be able to output 1 full belt. So we can do and then we'll probably end up actually moving it's like here. No, we won't. There. Because we need, let's just say the iron's coming in right here. We need 2 belts of iron feeding this. Something like that. With you on output priority to the left. That way it'll resupply that as we use it. I'd have to ship down. Then you need to go in here. Something like that. That didn't line up at all. All right, get it per second. These have power. That's fine. So something about like that. I need to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. We'll just leave those there. Yeah. Was that centered on that? That cannot be centered. Alright, so we'll just get it kind of close. Alright, so we could probably do one pump for this entire thing. Oh, we might need 2 of those. Alright, so we'll put iron in over here, light oil over here, probably. We'll put there. Should work. That is actually the wrong spot. He's gonna purchase. Breeze should be able to handle it. It should be able to handle like 4. Yeah, that should be able to keep up with it. They're insanely fast. Yeah, we gotta plug these in too. So considering we needed 2 for that, 2 for this too. Yeah. Let's give this thing a quick test and see what happens. So you're going to need more oxygen movement. Oh, damn. Alright, what are we talking? Like, plug it right into it, kind of? Movement? You know what I just realized? They were running out of power. Nope, they weren't. We still need more oxygen movement. Oh, yes, it is. Alright, it's time for some high-speed pump time. We'll just run them up like that. That was the only thing I was afraid of. Might not line up perfect. There we go. Rocket fuel for days. Alright, we're going to want to hook this up to power too. This will be closer to what it's actually going to run at until we get higher speed modules. Be fine. What? We can just leave these in here and do. Can't do it here. Alright, we need it back in there. Yeah, because if we do that, then it's just that was just a robot thing, so we can do that in this whole thing. Ghost mode. I really don't feel like pulling all of those out. Yes, we do this. So this right here. This is what it's going to look like until we get higher speed modules. Which is going to produce a grand total of 226,000 per minute. It's not too bad. There will be a lot of minutes that they're sitting idle, so that'll work. We'll call you Rocket. Just realized this needs to be set. Where is light oil? Million? And this needs to be 16. Go. Good. So we'll probably do the liquids up here. That's what I'm thinking. But this is going to be in the liquid section. So we could put her right there, I suppose. I forgot to add to this. That. Guessing I forgot to add it too. But let those head rollers. Darnation. Alright, so that's 2 things done towards getting rockets completely built and ready on this surface. So the next step is going to be like reds, low density. Well, no, we need to do. Excuse me. Ooh, yeah, I forgot that. So, red cards. LDS. RCUs. And oil. And heat shielding. Ring. It's which we need vanilla oil probably first. And the rest of it doesn't matter. Because I'll have to do vanilla oil and you're going to need plastic for that, plastic for that. I think we need reds for those, right? And batteries. So yeah, we'll just have to do all the vanilla stuff. Oops. Because we pretty much need that for everything. We're going to need sulfur, we're going to need batteries, we're going to need plastic. And for batteries, we can actually... So this stuff right here, we need to start using that, right? Because then here, you can use that to make batteries also. Which that is... Do we want to? What do we use lithium for? We used it for something. Yeah, we had to crush it. Yeah, we needed it for these too. So once we get these unlocked, we're going to want to switch over to these because these are way faster. Which side might while, but what's these for? We use that for space. Oh, we use that for... Yeah, we use that in space. And we use this in space. For science. Remember right? Yep, for the particle stream. So yeah, we'll probably want to make batteries vanilla style. Yeah, because we're going to be using a lot of lithium. Or I don't know about a lot, but we're going to be using it. I'm not sure what the ratio on it will be at the end. Yeah, it's slowly coming together. we need to add to this. Add rees. And I think that's all we need from that right now. But we also want to add, we need dirty water processing. And that, technically, that's done. That's the one we just did. This is for, like... Holomite. It's called. Holmium? Holmium. Holmium, that's these two. These three. Dirty water thing. So that'll get us lithium and, what's another one? Fluorite? Yeah. That one we can do pretty. Oh no, because if we're... Yeah, we'll need to set up, actually. So, we can do that whenever, because we're not going to be using a lot of that iron there. Iron and copper in that style, so what we actually need to do is, ingots. And that is... Can't really fire up anything until we get the ingots. Because the greens, reds, everything in here we want to use ingots for. So we could do that, and then ingots is next. So yeah, we actually want it in here. Because that is where it needs to be. So vanilla oil and ingots are the current objective. Is there anything else I'm not thinking of? I don't think there is. Alright, that one's starting up. This one, yeah, that one should be getting going here too. This one should be. Oh. Nice. Is there anything I need to check on? Did I put the wrong? Where's he trying to go? I don't know how that happened. But it seems like the uranium's catching back up now. waste. Oh yeah, it looks like we gotta... Yeah, we did. Definitely need more uranium. So why isn't it real? It is, it's just slow. That's fine. It's slow because of... Oh, we don't have any pipes over there. We need to go fix that. Drop some pipes for them to use. Actually, we should grab some regular pipes because that auto replaces it with regular pipes. Why aren't you running? Right. Yeah. So anything that's being supplied by that is going to start getting gridlocked here until we set up dirty water processing. Or we just chuck it in a garbage can. Where do we keep the regular pipes? Here. Let's move the speed potion help when I'm flying. I think it does. It makes me hecka faster on the ground. Just gotta get to a nice straight spot. Look at those legs. I mean, I am moving. Let's give you guys some pipes to work with. Yeah. Yeah, clearing out biters helps a lot. Is what I found is like one of the biggest causes is biters. And then once we can delete this planet, that'll help a ton too. Well, say delete, but reset up as a proper outpost. But, I think this is going to be a pretty good spot to call it a day. So, I think we're going to go raid Mike, is the plan. So, thanks for hanging out. And I hope you enjoyed it. And I will see you guys around. So let's do this raid. And I do plan on being on tomorrow again also. So, because that schedule's a little bit up in the air right now, but tomorrow is the plan, so. Alright, I will see you guys later.